meeting.
Just need a moment to fix this one. Good?
So we have 124 and counting. We have a quorum. Thank you.
It's okay. We also have another one. Okay. Do you want to both stay here while we switch them out?
Okay. Before we begin this evening, I would like to recognize a special member of the community who has joined us. Ken Tully was a member of the Winchester High School class of 1969. Following ratification of the 26th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution in 1971, which changed the voting age from 21 to 18, Mr. Tully became the youngest person ever elected to Winchester Town Meeting under moderator Harrison Chadwick. He served for 13 years on this town meeting. In 1974, he became a U.S. history and civics teacher at McCall Middle School, where he taught for 46 years until 2020. Mr. Tully was my civics teacher. He instilled in me a deep appreciation and love for our democratic institutions. It's safe to say I wouldn't be standing at this desk if it wasn't for Mr. Tully's contributions in my life. In addition to pioneering role in town meeting, his service to generations of Winchester students, Mr. Tully was a dad fashion icon and delighted his students decades after their graduation from McCall whenever they caught a glimpse of him mowing his lawn on South Border Road. On behalf of the town of Winchester, thank you for all your service to the town. Thank you. I'd like to quickly update everyone as to where we are. We've completed 16 of the 37 article fall town meetings warrant, which is at about the 43-yard line. Given the Winchester High School football team is undefeated going into their playoff game tomorrow, I had no choice but to stick with this graphic from the spring. But I would like to shout out the other Winchester High School fall teams, the girls soccer, girls volleyball, girls field hockey teams, and the boys soccer team, who all won state tournament games this week. Tonight we will be discussing more capital projects, finishing up our decennial review of the bylaws, benefits to our town retirees. As a matter of some housekeeping, we have some retirees who are here to participate in the debate on Article 26, so I ask unanimous consent to move that to the first order of business tonight. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. The chair also would like to inform the meeting that during the discussion of Article 15, the chair intends to recuse himself as the moderator of the meeting during consideration of Article 15. Accordingly, the chair will entertain a motion to appoint an interim pro tempore moderator. Ms. Girardi?
Hi, I'm over this side.
Oh, hi.
Sarah Girardi, Precinct 3. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Mr. Patrick Hall, temporary moderator, during the discussion of Article 15.
Thank you. Do we have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. All right, we'll begin with Article 15. I'm sorry, 26. On behalf of the Retirement Board, its chair, Skip Farry.
Hey, Skip. How you doing, sir? I don't see anything in here for you. Oh, okay.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Moderator, Honorable Select Board, Madam Clerk, and other town meeting members. My name is Robert Frary. I serve as the chairman of the Winchester Retirement Board. I'm the elected member and chairman. We're also fortunate to have Stacy Ward here tonight. She's the ex officio member and the town controller. And I have another board member, Karen Mancuso, a former administrator who's now a board member with us, along with a bunch of retirees. We ask you for your support in this article. Winchester is one of 104 retirement systems throughout the state. We started the year with $186 million in assets and management, and as of October, we have $205 million assets in management. We're doing very well, but unfortunately, the way the retirement system is set up is that we have a COLA base to give cost of living increases to our retirees. People on Social Security get a COLA increase on their entire balance. Retirees in Massachusetts only get the COLA increase on their COLA base. The average Social Security amount is roughly $30,000. They get their COLA increase on the entire $30,000. We only get our COLA increase on the first $14,000. That means that we're able to give people a $420 increase a year. That's it. We're here to ask to increase that COLA base from $14,000 to $16,000. What that does is that keeps us pretty much in the center of the 104 retirement systems throughout the state. We have one that's still down at $12,000. There's one out at $30,000. I wish I'd gone to work there. There's some at $20,000. But $16,000 keeps us pretty much in the center. We're not asking for an awful lot for the retirees, but we feel that your retirees deserve to be at least in the ballpark with everybody else. So what we're looking for is to go from $14,000 to $16,000 is merely giving them $5 more a month. I think I spoke on this in 2000 when we raised the COLA base from 12 to 14, and I could say back then that $5 a month might be a copay for somebody. Well, I'll challenge anybody to show me a copay they can get today for $5 a month. If we give somebody a $60 increase a year, they'd be lucky to get 2 copays out of that now. So that's where we stand on that. In order to do this, Mass General Law, Chapter 32 requires that the legislative body adopt this. So this was voted on by the Retirement Board on August 28th of 2025. We voted to increase the COLA base from 14 to 16, knowing very well that our assets are doing really well. We all know, you can all look at your 4, 5, 7 plans or whatever you've got, 401s, and see what's happening. People are making decent money. We're talking about giving somebody $60 a year. I really think that it's actually embarrassing that I have to come and take up your time to ask to give these retirees $60 a year. So there's a lot more that I could say. We did prepare a nice handout sheet for you. I think you all saw them out there. Actually, the ones we have for you were yellow, but they pretty much explain the whole situation. But quite frankly, I don't really think that I even need to go in and read the whole thing. I think it's very simple, and if anybody, am I allowed to take a few questions, Mr. Moderator, if anybody has them, or?
Not yet.
Okay. All right, well, our case is there. I don't think I need to speak much more on it. I think it's cut and dry. We have the assets to do this. It's going to cost us about $15,000 a year. People will say that we need to look further. They're worried about the town's liability. We should be funded by 2027, and then once we have our unfunded liability covered, we have OPEB to worry about. We still have to fund that. So we're going to get there. This is a very small bump in the road. It's not very much. And with the returns we're having, we'll have our next actuarial report in 2 years. And I think that based on that actuarial report with the growth, we plan on 7% a year growth. We're at almost 9 something right now for growth. So I think that this will almost take care of itself. So I just urge you to support that and support our retirees out there and try and give them half of what Social Security gives their people. Thank you.
Thank you. Now for the recommendation from the Select Board. Mrs. Pryor?
So the retirees aren't going to love this recommendation, which was not favorable by the Select Board, 3-2, mainly relative to unfunded liability. So on the unfavorable side is the concern that we are literally 1 fiscal year away from realizing our pension obligations to be fully paid off. Passing this pushes us out another full year, which delays getting us switching to OPEB. On the favorable side of our body, we appreciate the memo and also realize that this sends a message, and it's important to pay retirees, and that it's a good argument and important for our recruitment and retention of staff. But where the board ultimately landed was unfavorable, but we certainly will defer to the town meeting to make the choice you wish.
Thank you. Can I get the recommendation from the Finance Committee? Mr. Ross?
Yes, we advise to defer to the spring for the points that have been brought up, that it would be put into the context of all the other increases that we potentially have coming in the coming days.
Thank you. Are there any questions from town meeting members? You can walk to the microphones. On the left, Mr. Chris Nixon, Precinct 1.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I don't know if this question might be better for Ms. Ward tonight. The last paragraph says the increase would raise each pension annually by $480. So it strikes me that our retirees have different pensions based upon how many years of service they have in Winchester. Some employees work in another municipality before they come to Winchester. And I'm wondering if we might get a little explanation about where that where the shared responsibility is between Winchester and maybe another municipality's contribution. Does this number presume an employee with a certain number of years of experience, let's say exclusively in Winchester? Where I'm headed is I'm just wondering how representative is this quantification, if you will, for the real impact if this should pass?
Town Comptroller Stacy Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Nixon. I believe in the memo, we have established that not all the retirees even make $16,000. So that's why some of them won't make the full $480 a year, but there are only, excuse me for a second. There's 53 that are less than 16,000, 26 are more than 75,000, and the average benefit is 38,000. So if you make the average, you're obviously going to get the full 480. And as far as other systems, if I worked in another system for 20 years and I come to Winchester for one, those pensions are prorated based on where you served. So we do get money from other systems, we pay other systems. That net is about $180,000, $200,000 a year against us, so we pay a net of $200,000, and that's all factored into the actuarial study.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If I have one other follow-up, perhaps for Ms. Ward. Has our actuarial sort of weighed in on what impact this would have on fully funding our pension liability? I heard 2027. Is that an internal estimation? Have we had somebody else look at that and throw some confidence behind that?
Yes, that was actually prepared by the actuary.
Okay, thank you.
We had the actuarial done for 1/1/25, which we would pay an additional 6% to recognize or realize a full funding in FY27. This would bump out, this $16,000 would bump that out to 2028 by about $2 million. So it's not the full amortization that we were paying. It's a little bit less. It's probably about half.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Wilson.
So Roger Wilson, Precinct 1. So I have two questions. I believe one through you, Mr. Moderator, would be to the comptroller, and the other to the proponents. But have the actuaries not assumed that there would be any increase in the base? My understanding is that there has been increases in the past, and it would be, I would think, part of the actuarial analysis to include some estimate of the base going up.
Ms. Ward?
Yes, thank you. Yes, in the actuarial analysis, they include all sorts of growth factors, assumptions that they'll bake in, but they will only use the current base that we have at the time. We have to ask them to include any additional base calculations if we think we're going to ask the legislative body to do that. He has run the numbers just because we asked and we had voted on it at the retirement board level.
Just my opinion, though, is that if you are going to there's probabilities, how long somebody lives, et cetera, et cetera. So I would think there would be an assumption about the base built into an actuarial analysis. But from what I understand, you're saying that's not the case.
No, it's not.
Okay. So my second question is pertaining to the concern about unfunded liabilities, why don't we fund it? Why do we pass a benefit without funding it at what I guess would be about, my calculation was 18, but they said 15,000 annually. If we funded it, we wouldn't have an unfunded liability, correct?
Well, we have to calculate the 15,000 or the 18. I did the quick math with 18,000, taking the $60 times the 300 retirees, but because some are less than the 16,000, it's a little less. But doing the math, you have to not only account for what we're going to pay on a normal cost every year in benefits. You also have to look at the retiree pool right now. We have to be able to put money aside to pay for their benefits until they sadly pass away. So that's where the actuarial comes in and has all these factors of age, credible service, what system you were in, not what system, but what group you were in. So there's all sorts of analyses that goes into it. So it's not just about paying for tomorrow, like next year's calculation where this will go into effect. It's about next year plus all the future years, all aggregated.
Right.
Thank you.
But we could do that, right? We could put our money where our mouth is. If we want to give these people an additional benefit, we could fund that additional benefit.
It'll be $2 million. That's what it adds to the actuarial assessment in FY28. I know the math, if you're thinking about this is going to cost 15 grand one year, you have to take that and you have to figure out what the future present value of that is with the discount rate, all the age. There's so many factors that go into it. It's not just how much is it going to cost us next year in benefits. It's how much is it going to cost the retirement system with the people that are in our system today for the rest of their lives.
Mr. Moderator, can I just have a follow-up on this?
I think we've reached the end of our time. There's other people waiting in line.
Okay.
Further on the question, Mr. Bagnani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to start by saying that I am hugely supportive of public employees and retirees. They're the backbone of the town, and they deserve a great deal of credit for the service that they've provided to the town for many years. That said, I do want to give town meeting a view of this article based on having done a fair amount of detailed analysis of our long-term liabilities. As you've heard, we are finally on the verge of fully funding our pension. For decades, to Mr. Wilson's question, we did not fund our pension, even at the normal cost, let alone the normal cost plus the unfunded actuarial liability that we are finally paying off. We're projected to be there by 2027, and as you just heard from the comptroller, this proposal would add $2 million to the costs and push that target further out. Our goal has always been that once we fund the pension by 2027, we're going to take the proceeds and flip them into paying down OPEB. OPEB is our retiree healthcare liability. And that's not just a nice to have. Among the 14 AAA Moody's communities, we are in first place in funding our pension, and we are dead last in funding OPEB. And the reason for that is because we chose to fund them one at a time. The whole concept was we would pay off the pension, and then sequentially we would move the money into OPEB. And so extending our pension schedule and delaying when we start getting to funding OPEB is not something that I would recommend right now. From the retiree standpoint, I would add that it's true our pension today is sort of middle of the pack, but our retiree health benefits are well above peers. When we benchmarked where we are, when we pick the fact that we pick up 50% of Medicare Plan B and 70% of the retiree healthcare premium, only one other town, which is Lexington, had anything like what we have. So what I propose is let's delay this a little bit. Let's fully fund the pension first. At the same time, let's review the combined benefit level of the pension and OPEB together. It's something the select board can lead with staff and with the finance committee. And then once we're stabilized this March, we'll be in a position to make this kind of change sometime in the next 12 months. But right now, adding a long-term liability in the form of this type of a pension enhancement, just as we're preparing to go to taxpayers, it's the wrong time in my view and the wrong message. So I support our employees, but I would respectfully ask that town meeting vote no at this time and revisit this not many years down the line, but in 2027, once we have gotten ourselves on more solid ground.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Town meeting, Mike Betancourt, Precinct 6, and I apologize for getting up immediately after my colleague here because we've been talking about this for a while, and certainly respect his perspective on this, and as he's been doing a deep dive into our financial position. We should feel good about supporting Article 26. As you heard from Skip, it's $5 impact just to catch us up to other communities. And one of the things that we have had difficulty with over the past several years is recruitment and retention of employees. This helps sends the message that we will invest in our retirees for people that want to start their career here, and we're not going to stick to our policy objectives on the backs of our retirees, right? So we had initially planned on funding this liability later on, past 2030. Our favorable financial position, that pushed us back to 2027, which is great. And that would enable us in 28 to start really funding our OPEB liability. But we are ahead of where we thought we were going to be. And we will still be on track. As you heard from Mr. Ross, we're always talking about struggling financially, but we really are in an excellent financial position for the town. We are AAA rated with Moody's as it stands, and so I think that this really couldn't be more modest of an increase, sends the right message, and it really supports our obligations to our retirees, and certainly says to our current employees that we believe in you and we trust in you and we'll be with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Brady.
Good evening, Seamus Brady, Precinct 1. I just want to echo a little bit of what was just said. I think this money would make a big difference to a number of our retirees, and even if it was just a very small number, I think it's really significant. We all are aware of what inflation is doing. We all are aware of what the costs that continuously increase are. And for some of these folks, this is going to make a real significant difference. And so I just hope that people will think about that. You may not know folks like that. I know quite a few folks like that who are seniors, who are struggling, and I just really hope you will think of them, because at the end of the day, Winchester's going to be fine. We are always going to be fine, but some of these people might not be fine. And, great, we can ask them to wait a whole year, but it's going to be a long year for them. And for me, at the end of the day, what's more important is those individuals versus us achieving a goal that is a great goal. But again, I really would ask people to think about the human side of some of these individuals, particularly those at the lower end of the income spectrum with everything going on right now. So I just hope folks will consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to be heard? All right, I get the sense that our meeting is ready. Norman Doucette? Mr. Doucette asked what the base pension is for retirees between 80 and 90 years old.
I don't know that. I'm sorry. I know what the average pension is. It's about $38,000. Yeah, the minimum in the state is 12,000, and we're at 14 currently, which town meeting graciously approved in 2019 town meeting for 2020. It's not the minimum pension; it's the minimum COLA base. Yeah.
right, I think town meeting is ready for the question. You can come up. Yep, the proponent wants to speak. What? But he's the proponent. He's responding to
Norman's question. Norman, I don't think you have it correct. There are people that get far lower than that. We raised a pension base, which is for the COLA. It's not for the pensions. There are people here that get far less than $10,000 in pensions. There's a lot of people out there that don't get very much at all. I believe 35 people are listed in there. I'm just a little disappointed. I was told that the Finance Committee was on board with this, and I gave you all an abbreviated version. I just want to say that we started the year with $186 million in assets. We currently have $205 million in assets. So there's $19,000 there. Most of this money, a good amount of this money, comes from the employees. Once we reach the area where we have no unfunded liability, employees will pay about $2.5 million, and the town will pay $3.5 million to keep this system funded. So 40% of the money that funds this system comes from the retirees. Now, I don't know about you, but a rising tide should lift all ships. We heard them say earlier that we would be funded in 2030. But due to our great fiscal status, which is pretty much based on 40% of that money coming from the retirees, the money in this system, we've got excellent returns with excellent management, and we're able to say that we'll have this funded now at 2027 instead of 2030. We can get an actuarial report again in another year that said it could be even less than that. The point is that we're doing very well, everything's rising, the town's liability is being reduced too, but we have to share this with the retirees. We're asking to give them $5 a month more. The most you can get right now is $420 a year increase in your pension. That's it. We're asking to go from $420 to $480, a $5 increase. I challenge any of you to tell me what you did with $5 yesterday.
Mr.
It's
Ferry,
very little.
I think we're ready
But
for
I
the
ask you for
question.
your support. Thank you.
I think town meeting's ready for the question. We're going to use our clickers and open the voting for 30 seconds. You ready? All right, go ahead and vote. It's a majority vote. The system is processing. It's receiving the votes. Okay, with 102 votes in the affirmative, 45 votes against, and 1 abstention, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on back to Article 9.
Sorry about that.
Okay, this is where we left off on Monday night. We are on Article 9 to see if the town will transfer from free cash or other available funds a sum of money to pay bills incurred from prior fiscal years or take any other action related to. On behalf of the Capital Planning Committee, Jerry Sheehan.
Yeah, got it. Hi, Jerry Sheehan, representing Capital Planning Committee. Until just a few weeks ago, I didn't know very much about water or sewers, but thanks to Bob Lavoisier, our DPW director, and Dan Stoneking, our operations manager for water and sewer, I've gradually moved up the learning curve. This is another one of those unsexy and hopefully for town meeting's sake, unavoidable expenses. Since 1993, the MWRA has had an infiltration and inflow local financial assistance program for its member communities, providing incentives, specifically grants and interest-free loans. As the article indicates, to design, construct, engineer, investigate, and remove infiltration and inflow sources, and to repair structural defects in the sewer system. Winchester, thanks to you, town meeting, has taken advantage of this financial assistance program many times over the years. The motion for Article 9 is to appropriate $1.237 million for the ongoing East Side Sewer Evaluation Survey and the related sewer rehabilitation project. By the way, East Side means east of the railroad tracks. The project will help to mitigate infiltration and inflow into the town sewer system, thereby reducing treatment costs, improving environmental sustainability, and ensuring resilient infrastructure for our community. Now, the good news here is that 75% of this project will be a grant from the MWRA. That is a grant of over $900,000. And the remaining 25%, or $300,000, is an interest-free 10-year loan with equal payments of $30,000 for each of the 10 years. The precise numbers are in the box.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Simple.
Can we hear the recommendation from the Select Board?
Select Board voted favorable action on this article. It's certainly an important improvement to what we've already made a lot of investment in our water and sewer, so favorable action by the Select Board.
Thank you. Do we have a recommendation from FinCom?
Yes, FinCom voted favorable action as well.
Thank you. Any other boards and committees? No, so I'm going to read the motion. It is moved and seconded that the It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $1,237,000 to pay the cost of funding the capital improvement program on East Side Sewer Rehabilitation Project and East Side Sanitary Sewer Evaluation Survey Project for the purpose of designing, constructing, engineering, investigating, and removing infiltration and inflow sources and repairing structural defects in the town's sewer system, including the payment of any and all costs incidental and related thereto. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Select Board, is authorized to borrow said amount from under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7 and/or 8, or pursuant to any other enabling authority from the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority and MWRA, and to issue bonds or notes to the town, therefore, and in connection therewith, to enter into a loan agreement and financial assistance agreement with the MWRA, and to accept any grants for the project from the MWRA, provided that the amount of the authorized borrowing shall be reduced by the amount of any such grants received from the WMRA. That the town manager is authorized to have oversight of said project, in that in accordance with Section 4-2 of the Winchester Home Rule Charter, The town manager shall have the authority to enter into contracts and approve payments with respect to said project. Is there any debate on the motion? Mr. Marmon, do you want to go to the microphone so everybody can hear you? Stacy Ward, town comptroller.
Thank you, Doug. It's a tricky question. It is paid directly out of the water and sewer fund, enterprise fund, but debt is funded through the tax base at 86.45%. So it's a quasi general fund, enterprise fund.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. I'm going to, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. The motion carries. Thank you. We're on to Article 10. Article 10 relates to appropriating funds to pay the cost of engineering and construction at the water system located at Wildwood Street and in the Wildwood Street area. On behalf of the Capital Planning Committee, Roger McPeak.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and I apologize that you're going to have to actually read this at some point. And all of you need to pay attention. I will be asking a question at the end of how much money was coming out of Fund 8912. This has been unfortunately encrypted by bond counsel so that no human other than those skilled in the dark arts of bond counsel can interpret it. So let me try and explain what we're doing here. We've got to replace an important valve in the system. Water comes into our systems at a higher pressure than our houses could ever handle. We apply that pressure to your house, you're going to get valves popping, pipes bursting. We're going to have a water fountain inside your house. So this valve that we are now replacing, or asking to replace, reduces that to a regular working pressure inside your house. You're seeing a lot of old funds being utilized in this case, and what we are really asking for, the total cost of the project is $600,000, but we're using those closed out accounts, and we're really only asking for $167,527.07. That's in new authority. So what's this thing look like? Well, it kind of looks like it's something out of a steampunk graphic novel to me. It lives in a hole in the ground, in a vault, under the road, and if you can recognize where that is, that's on Wildwood Street over toward the fields over there. It's been around since 1963. We've had a lot of good life out of this thing, and it just needs to be replaced. It's effectively non-functional at this point. So in the spirit of what Diab had a couple of years ago with his Mr. Potato Head slide and what went on back when we did some other things, what happened in 1963? The Beatles released their first album. The Easy Bake Oven came out. The Outer Limits and The Fugitive debuted on TV. That's David McCallum and Martin Landau there. Zip Code was created, and 01890 was born. And my personal favorite, General Hospital, came on, and it's still running with over 15,000 episodes. So you GH fans, well done. That's it.
Thank you. Can we get the recommendation of the Select Board?
Nice lesson through history, Roger. Select Board voted favorable action on this article, and if there was anything unsexier than that picture, I don't know what it is.
Finance Committee's recommendation, please.
Finance Committee also voted favorable action, and Roger, you left out, you also were utilizing funds from other sources as well for this, correct? Yeah. Thanks. Yep.
Thank you. All right, bear with me. I'm going to read this motion. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $600,000 to pay the cost of engineering and construction at the water system located on Wildwood Street and in the Wildwood Street area, including the replacement of pressure-reducing valves and all other costs incidental and related to the project, that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow $167,527.07 pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7 and/or 8, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, that this appropriation shall be further funded by A, $243,954.61 of unexpended proceeds of the town's $422,000 general obligation municipal purpose loan of the 2014 bonds dated July 1st, 2014, pursuant to Section 20 of the Chapter 44 of the General Laws, which amount constitutes the total amount of unexpended proceeds related to the bonds issued for the Squire Road Sewer System Project pursuant to the vote of the town passed on November 7th, 2013, Article 10, Fund 8891, which project has been completed and has no remaining cost to be paid, and B, $188,518.32 of unexpended proceeds of the town's $8,845,000 general obligation municipal purpose loan of 2019 bonds dated August 22, 2019, pursuant to Section 20 of Chapter 44 of the General Laws, which amount constitutes the total amount of unexpended proceeds related to the bonds issued for the Wildwood Drainage and Stormwater Improvement Project pursuant to the vote of the town passed on May 10th, 2018, Article 37, Fund 8912, which project has been completed and has no remaining cost to be paid, and that in accordance with Section 4-2 of the Town of Winchester Home Rule Charter, the town manager shall have the authority to enter into contracts and approve payments with respect to the project. On the question, Mr. Lemanger.
Jack Lemanger, Precinct 6, and a obsessive editor. I trust that this is a Scribner's error. You say located on Wildwood Street in the Wildwood Street area. That could be anywhere from Church Street to Westland. I think we need to be more precise in this description in this motion. I think I know where this is, but it's pretty vague. It seems confusing.
This language came from the bond council, and we're not allowed to edit it.
Okay.
Is that right?
Anywhere in about a mile stretch there. Whatever.
Any other questions from town meeting? We good, Jay?
Mr. Tallerman, are we good with the answer to that? Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, it seems like town meeting's ready for the question. We'll do a voice vote on this. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Unanimously. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, I'm sorry, what just happened?
Select board asked for a recess.
Before we go to the next article? All right.
What happened? That's it. That's all I see.
So you put it on and then you'll show me how to...
Yeah, you can go. Mike, that will go forward and back.
please. If you would take your seats, thank you.
Are you going to speak first? I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Hall. I'm in Precinct 4, and I was elected to serve as moderator pro tem for the discussion on Article 15. So I'm going to begin by reading Article 15 into the record. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to amend Section 3.1 of Chapter 2 of the General Bylaw as printed in the warrant. So what we're going to do is there will be two speakers presenting Article 15. Mr. Betancourt is going to introduce the article. Mr. Frateroli will then speak on behalf as well. We'll then proceed to the Committee on Government Regulations to report either favorable or unfavorable action on Article 15. I will then call on the Committee on Rules to report favorable or unfavorable action. And then the Select Board will be asked to weigh in as well. Of course, once all these procedural steps are completed, then the floor is open for conversation and debate. So with that being said, I would invite Mr. Betancourt to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Thank you, town meeting members, Michael Betancourt, on behalf of the Select Board, and also a member of the Roberts Rules and Town Meeting Time Committee, and just briefly wanted to introduce Mr. Frateroli, who's going to do the majority of the presentation. The Select Board did not take a position here, but we felt that it was the legislative body, town meeting, that would be best to make this decision. So I pass it off to Phil and encourage you to listen to everyone. So thank you.
Mr. Frateroli.
Thank you, Phil Frateroli, Precinct 6. Why am I here? Because this question has been out there for a while, and you know, we had a process to review our bylaws under the decennial review. Can you make this the presenter mode so I can see my notes? It's not.
Where am I? Let's see. Yeah, it's in presenter view. Oh, there you go.
So when this question came before town meeting in the spring, I was in my first meeting as a town moderator. I didn't want to read town meeting time because I thought it was a different set of rules that would confuse me as I was learning and mastering Robert's Rules of Order. But it's not the best way to look at it. It's not two different rule sets. Town meeting's time is built on Robert's Rules. It was created in the 1960s to adapt parliamentary rule structure of Robert's Rules to a new Massachusetts town meeting. Just as importantly, it incorporates Mass General laws summarizing both case law and the black letter law that apply to town meetings. What you are left with is one text that includes everything you need to know about town meeting, and it's delivered in a way that's readable and accessible for all. To be clear, these Massachusetts general laws apply to Winchester's town meeting. We comply with all of them. It's just a new town meeting member or a veteran of town meeting has to run to our town council to know what the law is and how it applies, instead of having one document that tells us. The parliamentary changes that I mentioned, this is a chart that lays them out. As you can see, there are only a handful of changes from town meeting, from Robert's rules to town meeting time. The point of no quorum, fixing the time at which we adjourn, laying on the table, those are things that we don't do currently. Laying on the table is something under Robert's rules that requires 50%, so it's unlikely that it's going to be used under town meeting time where the standard is 2/3. The biggest difference is a motion to reconsider, and that wouldn't apply to us because we have a bylaw on reconsideration that creates a procedure different from Robert's rules and from town meeting time. The bylaw would supersede any change. When you think about the rules that govern our town meeting, this is the supremacy of the authorities. The number one set of rules is Massachusetts law. Massachusetts general law made up of case law and black letter law. Below that is our Winchester Town Charter. Below that is the town bylaws. Below that is the procedural motions adopted at an individual town meeting. This is what we did in the first vote of Monday night. We adopted procedural motions, including the consent agenda. It's only fifth that the procedural guide, either Robert's rules or town meeting, comes into effect. So when you think about what's special about Winchester's town meeting, we're a representative town meeting. There's only 30 of us in the state of Massachusetts. The other 260 are open town meetings. We meet twice a year. That's required. Most towns meet only once. Our quorum is set at 100. That's different from what Robert's rules would require the quorum to be. We have a quirk of not considering any appropriation funds before the first Monday in May. That's pretty unique. We have precinct meetings at the end of Article 1, public hearings for all our articles, a yellow sheet that the FinCom presents. Our reconsideration, as I said, is pretty unique. Voting by electric tally in public, by voice or standing. Some towns use cards, some towns use private voting. Ours is pretty unique. The select board, the town manager, FinCom sitting at the front of the room. We meet on Monday and Thursday nights at the high school. Our meetings are broadcast on WinCam. And perhaps the most special thing about Winchester Town Meeting is Alan Iden in the back. But all of these things are protected by a charter element or letter wording in our charter or by a bylaw. Every single one of them protected, and you know, the select board where they sit, that's in a procedural motion we read on Monday. Same thing with WinCam and Monday and Thursday evenings. It's only that Alan, which is protected by Providence, that. So I would accept a friendly amendment to require Alan to serve in that position forever. When I was first elected town moderator, the first decision I had to make revealed to me the fundamental flaw of using Robert's rules as a foundation to our town meeting. What happened was an article was withdrawn from consideration in the fall of 2024. Because it was a citizen's petition, because it had to do with zoning, that withdrawal was deemed to be an improper way of doing it, because a New England town meeting is different from a regular meeting. As stated above in this passage from town meeting time, everything that's on the warrant has to be resolved. You can't just withdraw something. Like when the select board has something that they don't get to on their agenda, they can get to it at the next meeting. When we don't get to something, that's deemed to have been done on purpose, and it's viewed as an unfavorable action. So that's why, as a basis of our foundation of the town meeting in Winchester, it's a flaw. So when you think about, you know, I was, to put it another way, and I try to think of things that my dad would appreciate in terms of analogies. I took over this 175-year-old institution only to find out there were holes in the foundation. This beautiful historic foundation needs the right rule set to fill the holes and hold it all together. So you see this foundation, beautiful New England rock stone. The biggest stones are the Mass General laws. The smaller, a little bit smaller is the charter. Smaller still is the bylaw. Those little ones that fit into the holes, those are procedural motions. But there's still holes in this, and we need something that's going to do the job to shore everything together. Robert's rules doesn't work. It doesn't. It's not of New England. It's not specific to a New England town meeting. It's just it's a one size fits most, but not good for us. We need something that's of the earth, that's going to tie it all together and make sure that we have a assured foundation. So what will this look like? If town meeting votes tonight, that it will be approved, and it will go to the Attorney General's office to approve, which usually takes 90 days. The town clerk and the moderator will update the guide that we put out for town meeting. The town clerk and the moderator will host educational trainings on parliamentary order and the new set of rules. And once the bylaw becomes effective, those will be the rules for town meeting. New members of town meeting who are elected in the spring will have one set of rules going forward. Why is this important? The rules as they exist now, as I said, there's a fundamental flaw with applying Robert's rules. But second to that is the rules as they exist now are difficult to read. Other rules that are not written, there are rules that are not written anywhere, procedural things that are only a handful of people are aware of. It is often said that town meeting is the purest form of self-government. Well, not if the rules are barriers of entry and participation. Many of you know that I'm a first generation American. My father came to this country at the age of 16, not speaking the language. It is not lost on me that I'm the first person to serve as moderator of this town meeting whose ancestry comes from outside of the British Isles, whose parentage struggled to overcome language and educational barriers. Winchester is an incredible place, one where it's possible to achieve the American dream. It also needs to be a place where all the citizens can fully participate in government. Why make the change now? The unique characteristics of Winchester Town Meeting are protected. They are in existing bylaws and charter language, and it won't be impacted by a change. It could be said that we're already following town meeting time. In fact, in Lexington, they recently voted in the spring of 2025 after realizing that what they were following was closer to town meeting time than it was Robert's rules, and they voted by a vote of 161 to 1 to adopt and change the bylaw from Robert's rules to town meeting time. Further study and review is always happening. Any committee, we have our rules committee, we have government regulations. Any committee or citizen can bring a bylaw change. The town meeting time levels the playing field for every member of town meeting, and that's why I believe it's important to adopt. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frateroli. Steve Buskansky from the Committee of Government Relations. Steve?
Good evening, town meeting members. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you to the members. I'd like to take this opportunity really first just to recognize my hardworking colleagues on the Committee on Government Regulations, Meredith Mason Crowley from Precinct 1, Laura Colella, Precinct 2, Karen Connolly, Precinct 3, myself, Precinct 4, Colin Simpson, Precinct 5, Joan Miller, Precinct 6, Megan Blackwell, Precinct 7, and Dawn Bradford, Precinct 8. We've all put a lot of time and effort into this and many other issues. As you know, the couple referrals came back to us from the spring, including town meeting time versus Robert's rules. We chose not to act on that in our initial report because we didn't see the report from the Special Committee on Rules in time to accomplish that goal. However, we did have a vote, and we did vote 6 favorable, 2 unfavorable. I would like to make a note on what those votes mean. This was important to the committee, and we wanted to make sure everyone understood what that meant. So a favorable, and this goes back to just historical tradition and practice of this committee, which I was unfamiliar with until recently. But the practice was to vote on whether the bylaw was drafted properly and was consistent with existing bylaws. So that's the mission we undertook. There was some disagreement over that, but that At the end of the mission, that's what we settled on. We're going to keep with the tradition for now. So again, a vote favorable indicates the Committee on Government Regs believes the article is properly drafted and presented in a manner consistent and appropriate for inclusion in the bylaws. A favorable report does not indicate support on the merits of the proposal, and conversely, an unfavorable report is based on the nature of the drafting and not on the merits of the proposal. Again, it was 6 favorable, 2 unfavorable.
Thank you, Mr. Boskansky. Next, we have Mr. McCarthy on the Rules Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Excuse me. Apologies. Thank you, fellow town meeting members. The Committee on Rules is proud to say we voted unanimously favorable action on the change to town meeting time. We looked at a few different factors. I think the first factor that we looked at was the unanimous, what we were told was the unanimous recommendation of the study committee, that they all said that it's the steps to take forward. The second thing we looked at was we looked at the study committee's report. The third thing that we thought about was all the different Massachusetts towns that have already adopted this. As part of our deliberations, we recognize that there may be some changes to the bylaws that need to be made because of this change that we're proposing to implement, and we felt that the whatever committee would look at those rules, whether it was Committee of Rules, whether it's another special committee to look at the bylaws, that those changes could be done between now and Springtown meeting, and those rules could be brought to, those bylaw changes could be brought to Springtown meeting. At Springtown meeting, ideally it would be the first order of business to go through that. I wouldn't expect that changes to the bylaws to conform with town meeting time would be a controversial change, because we're trying to bring it into line with what we are proposing to do. We discussed the situation with the moderator and the town clerk. The town clerk had what I thought was a very good timeline on why making the change now makes sense. We make the change now. We begin our process of reviewing the bylaws, whichever group ends up doing that. We submit the change to the state so that they can get their approval. Once that's through, we work with the various groups within town that will help educate town meeting members on what this change is, whether it's the moderator, the town clerk, the TMMA, and have that information ready, good to go after our vote in March, that we've got new town meeting members in March, and then we go into town meeting. We would start town meeting on the new rules beginning in 2026. We wouldn't have to delay it from there. We know that there's a little bit more work to be done, and I'm going to take a quote from Tina Fey to say, to close up, that you can't be the kid standing at the top of the water slide overthinking it. You have to just go down. So, we're there. We've got a little bit more work to do, but making the approval now lets us start that work better and lets us get it implemented earlier. Thank you. And I'm sorry to say, I really stink at pronouncing names, so I can't go through my committee's names and thank them all, but thank you guys all very much.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. The Select Board? The Select Board takes no position on Article 15. All the boards and committees having been heard, the floor is open for debate. Yeah, it's important that you read the motion for the record, please.
Yes, if you don't mind, I'll read it so everybody can hear it, and I'll identify myself. And for you and for the clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Karen Conley, Precinct 3. Here is the motion that I would like to be considered. That we refer this to a special town meeting committee. That the committee be comprised of our current and one former town meeting moderator, a representative from the previous study committee appointed by that committee, a representative from the Committee on Government Regulations appointed by the Committee on Government Regulations, and one from the Rules Committee appointed by the Rules Committee, for a total of 5 members. That the committee address the unresolved procedures listed in the Impact, Action, and Notes table in the appendix to the Robert Rules Committee report to the 2025 Fall Town Meeting. That the committee recommend changes to our existing bylaws or adoption of new bylaws as appropriate to reconcile the procedures recommended in town meeting time with established Winchester town meeting procedures and current best practices. That the committee report their findings and recommendations to the 2026 Spring Town Meeting, and that the committee submit articles and motions as appropriate for adoption of town meeting time, along with the proposed bylaw changes for town meeting consideration at the 2026 town meeting. And again, I would just simply say this is not an attempt in any way to kill town meeting time, but to, at this point, codify what remaining things need to be tied up. As I look at that appendix, it looks like there's 12 items that committee felt needed to be reviewed, and I'd like to see us review that and bring it to town meeting as one big package in spring, because we have the opportunity to make this a very clean moving forward.
Do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
So now the conversation, the debate is just about the motion. So who would like to be heard on the motion as been seconded? We can start here.
Thank you. Dib Jarius, Precinct 8. I think this motion is timely. I have a question about the order of things, and I think this motion clarifies it. But if, as I won't call him the real town moderator, but the town moderator not currently the town moderator, stated, it seems that the order of importance goes from MGL to town charter to bylaws to whatever this body puts in its own rules, which would imply that town meeting time can't come into force until our bylaws have been adjusted to account for whatever needs to be adjusted. So it seems to me that we wouldn't be able to use town meeting time in the spring if we voted on it this evening, because our bylaws would not yet have been passed, and those would, I presume, have to also go to the state to be approved. So through you, town moderator, to whoever can answer my question, do we need to change the bylaws prior to being able to use town meeting time?
This appears to be a legal question. I invite town council to address the question, please.
So, Diab, the short answer is no. The town meeting time, there's no incompatibility with town meeting time in any of our bylaws now, or any of our traditions. The bylaws that we have would work with town meeting time. And I think the amendment itself defers to the existing bylaws. So and there's nothing in the report as I read it that says that the potential other bylaws have to be adopted. And I've reviewed it. There's nothing about town meeting time itself that leaves any gaps between the way we do business or would do business in the spring and the way we do business now. It just adds clarity to the procedures and the connections to Massachusetts law in a more detailed fashion.
Okay, thank you.
Further on the question?
Bill McGonigal, Precinct 3, also Select Board. I speak in support of Ms. Connolly's motion. It is the most prudent and responsible thing that we can do tonight. Earlier today, it was said that the Select Board wasn't taking the position on this, that we agreed that it should be sent to the legislature. That's a mild misrepresentation. That was the opinion of one Select Board member. 2 of us were against this even coming to town meeting at this time because the work clearly was not done. And that's not just something I'm saying. That's what we were told by Mr. Peter Haley, the chair of the Committee on the Roberts Rules. And I will read to you an email that he sent to us. The change, however, would need to be supported.
Excuse me, Mr. McGonigal, I'm not sure it's appropriate to be reading an email. Mr. Haley can speak for himself.
This is a public document on the public record that was relied upon when coming to my opinion, and I see no reason why I cannot read from public documents that are on the public record. Mr. Haley, if he is here, this is a statement he made. I am offering it to the town meeting to hear, and if he wants to withdraw his comments, he's perfectly able to do that.
Where in the public record did you find the email?
This was sent to the Select Board for our consideration as to whether or not, after the warrant had closed to everybody else, we should be putting this article on. And this was why I voted no, and this is why I think we need to indefinitely postpone this and send it to committee.
You can proceed.
The change, however, would need to be supported by commensurate amendments in additions to the town bylaws. The committee is in the process of finalizing its report, which will likely include the suggested bylaw amendments. That report was not produced until after the warrant was finalized. That is the report that Ms. Connolly referenced has at least a dozen issues that need follow-up. Mr. Haley continued. The committee in its discussions made an initial determination that the best way to proceed would be to deliver the report to fall town meeting, that's now, and to have the appropriate standing committee make a motion for adoption at spring town meeting that could include the bylaw amendments. That's what Mr. Haley told us as a select board. That's what Ms. Connolly's trying to achieve right now. That's what we should do. Mr. Frateroli's presentation proves why that's necessary. He showed you a graphic, a Venn diagram, those circles of our bylaws, Robert's rules, and town meeting time. What was the most persuasive, important thing about that? The circles did not overlap entirely. There are gaps. They've been identified by this committee. We need to address them. We can't run a town meeting when there's ambiguities in our rules of procedure. We've been running on Robert's rules for decades. We can do it for another 6 months. I challenge anybody who can stand up and say that when they first got elected, they memorized Robert's rules. No harm in making a new set of maybe a dozen town meeting members wait until next fall before we put town meeting time properly and responsibly into action. Finally, I had the pleasure over the summer of working with members of our Committee on Government Regulations to take some of those bylaw amendments that they brought in the spring and really tighten them up and make them better and make them worthwhile. You're going to see those in some coming articles. That's what we need to do here. So in spring town meeting, we can bring this. There'll be no debate, 5 minutes, and we will be confident that we are running this responsibly and professionally. And whoever ends up on this committee, which I hope is established by Ms. Connolly's motion, I will happily, geekily, and enthusiastically work with you to make sure that we do adopt town meeting time when it is appropriate and proper to do so. It is a good idea, just not right now. And so I thank Ms. Connolly for her motion, and I'm fervently in support of it.
Thank you, Mr. McGonigal. Yes. Sure.
So Mr. McGonigal started his comments saying only one member of the select board suggested we weren't going to take a recommendation. That is not true. 3 members of the select board took the position that we should not. 2 would have voted no when asked to consider Article 19. That Article 15, that is correct. 3 decided that we should make no recommendation and put it to the floor of the legislative body. That's what Mr. Betancourt said when he introduced it. That's what I said when called upon to break the recommendation. It was not one member misrepresenting the select board's discussion. The select board said it's a push, give it to the legislative body. It was not one person's opinion. It was the select board's position.
Thank you for clarifying. Further on the question?
Dorothy Simboli, Precinct 6. I'd like to, and correct me if I'm stating this wrong, I'd like to amend the motion that's been presented, and I would like to not have the former moderator be on that committee if we do refer to committee, because there is an inherent conflict of interest.
Can you more precisely state than
Well,
nature of
I
your
don't, I
amendment?
don't have the actual language of the proposed motion to refer to committee, but I'd like to amend that to, oh, here we go. So the committee shall be comprised of our current and former town meeting moderators. I'd like that language stricken. So I'd like the committee to be comprised of a representative of the Committee of Governmental Regulations and one of the Rules Committee. And yeah, I don't think the current moderator nor the former moderator should be on the committee.
So there's a motion to amend the current motion that's on the floor such that the language that the committee should be comprised of our current and one former town meeting moderator be stricken from the motion. So now, does anybody second the motion to amend? Second. So discussion on the motion to amend the underlying motion.
I just would have a question on this amendment, how, for the original makers of the original amendment, how does that impact their amendment? Would this be a friendly modification or?
Yes.
Mr. Moderator, through you to the town meeting, my thinking in comprising that committee as I did was that it was small, we had an odd number of people, but that I thought it was important to hear the opinions of the people who run the town meeting. So our current town moderator and one of our former town moderators, and I would share with this body that Mr. Haley shared with me today, that he would be unable to serve on the committee, and so the other former town moderator would be Ms. Von Meering. But the reason I included those people was I felt like they had done the work and that they knew what they were talking about, and they should certainly be included. So if you're asking me if I would accept this as a friendly amendment, no. But I think then the town meeting needs to vote on where you want to go with this, but that's my thinking.
Any further conversation on the motion to amend the motion? We have, yes.
Thank you. Pamela Court, Precinct 5. Not that I would ever engage in pettifoggery, but I'm engaging in some pettifoggery. Could you please, to the proponent of this amendment, could you please explain specifically what you mean by conflict of interest? That was confusing to me. Thank you.
Well, she could speak if Heather Von Meering is here. It would be great if she would speak to this. I mean, I had a conversation with her where she discussed her involvement in the development of town meeting time, and that it was an inherent conflict of interest. So that's where that idea came from.
Okay. Right. Anything further on the motion to amend the amendment? Yes. Yes.
Anthea Brady, Precinct 1. I would just, I think, somewhat echo Karen's statement as I was walking up here, but I think the current moderator and former moderator out of everybody in this room probably has the best understanding of Robert's rules, our operations in the town, and from the previous study committee on town meeting time. So I think they would be some of our best representatives for that committee. Thanks.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Cree, and I'm from Precinct 8. Regarding the amendment to the amendment, Dorothy, with respect, I too, like Anthea, feel there's tremendous value in the current moderator and a past moderator, and in this case it sounds like that would be our most recent previous moderator. Their body of knowledge would be a significant gift to those considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Susan DeLeo, Precinct 5. From this discussion and the information from Ms. Connolly that she had going into drafting this motion, it seems as though Ms. Von Mering appears to have been handpicked for a position on the next committee, knowing that Mr. Haley was unavailable to serve. Thank you.
Okay. Carol Savage.
Mr. Moderator, if I could clarify, no, when I wrote this, I did not know Mr. Haley would be unavailable. I found that out at approximately 3 this afternoon, and as a town meeting member, I did send all of town meeting my proposal last night. And again, I will be very transparent with all of you. As I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, it occurred to me that I had some nerve in suggesting that a moderator who served 2 moderators ago would be willing to serve on this committee without asking him. So I asked him this afternoon, and he informed me at that point that he would be moving out of the community, and no, he couldn't. So I did not handpick Ms. Von Mering. Ms. Von Mering and Mr. Frateroli are our 2 recent moderators who would be available.
Very well. Further on the question, Ms. Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Carol Savage, Precinct 5. I just would like to echo Karen's sentiments. I'm grateful to that committee that served and looked over town meeting time, to the current moderator, to the past moderators. They all bring a body of knowledge that is very valuable to all of us. I think we should be grateful that any of them are willing to serve on this. I think we have some housekeeping that needs to be done to do this correctly. I've gone back and forth whether to delay this or not. But communication, more communication about how we run this meeting is never bad. And coming with the full plate and understanding how this meeting will run, give it a little more time, allow these voices to participate, allow the former moderator and the current moderator to be part of this process. Out of respect to them, I think we should all show that kind of respect. Thank you. So I'm not in favor of this amendment to the amendment.
Okay. My sense is that we're ready for the question being to amend the amendment by striking the language which states that the current and 1 former town meeting moderator be committee. We're going to do a voice vote. All those in favor of the amendment which amends the underlying amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The noes have it. A majority vote is required. So now we can resume our conversation the underlying amendment to refer Article 15 to further study. Further on the question of the underlying amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator Pro Tem. My name is Mariano Golubov. I'm from Precinct 5. I'm in favor of town meeting time. Many of you know that I do a lot of procedural here, and I think we should have town meeting time. And I was ready to vote for it until the Rules Committee recommended that we do. Because, and I have a quote from the Rules Committee recommendation, "We know there's more work to be done." And they said, so they know that the motion on the book is flawed. And they said, well, and we'll have all that other work at the beginning of Springtown meeting. Well, that doesn't make any difference if it's the beginning or at the end, because it doesn't come into effect until the end of town meeting. So what the Rules Committee said is we're going to have a flawed Springtown meeting during which we will fix it for the fall. I don't think that makes any sense. I think we should vote yes on this amendment. Let's bring town meeting time. I think we should do that with all the fixes, all at the same time. And then we'll have one set of rules this coming spring, which is the same set of rules we have today. And then we'll have one set of rules next fall, which will be the rules we will have after that. So I ask everybody to vote yes on this amendment.
Further on the question.
Susan McPhee, Precinct 3. I support town meeting time, and through you to the town council, is there any harm in delaying the bylaw changes, but putting town meeting time in place now. In other words, if we have town meeting time, we go into spring town meeting knowing what the rules are. We've had the holes in the foundation for a long time. We just have them at the start of spring town meeting. We would know what rules we're going in with. It's the preferred, I think, it sounds like the preferred path.
Thank you. Council?
So there's a couple of points there. I think that a change to town meeting time now would result in no change in the general practice of this town meeting. It would just provide more clarity for how we operate town meeting. It wouldn't, there might be one or two quantums of vote different, but otherwise town meeting time combined with our existing bylaws would operate for a seamless transition. I'm not going to speak for the rest of the committee. I worked with the committee as well. I think the goal, as I read the report, is that we could further strengthen town meeting generally by having more look at some bylaws. There was no hard and fast recommendation as to what bylaws we may adopt. But I don't think adopting town meeting time changes the way we do business now. It just provides more clarity to the way we do business now. I think it does fill some of the holes through that clarity, as Mr. Frateroli said, but it is not changing fundamentally because, after all, town meeting time is primarily based on Robert's Rules of Order anyway.
Thank you. Further question for council?
So in essence, passing town meeting time tonight and fixing with bylaws in the spring. No harm, no foul?
I think those are two different things. So I would say no harm, no foul, but those are two very different things. In my view of the good work that everyone has done to study this has been done with an eye towards making our town meeting process even stronger. Again, the adoption of town meeting time doesn't create more holes. It patches some of the ambiguity that exists with respect to Robert's Rules of Order, which is not designed for town meeting. So I see those as two different things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Good evening, town meeting. I'm Jackie Welcham from Precinct 5. I've been on a number of boards and committees, including Select Board, and a longtime town meeting member. I'm also a lawyer in the public law space. First of all, I wanted to thank Mr. Frateroli for all of his hard work and that of the committee. This is wonderful for town meeting to consider, any change that has to do with having consistency in our procedure. I wanted to thank town council for the comments he just made, but very briefly, I don't see any harm in passing this this motion to wait. And a couple things. So some of you may have looked at different resources, and I don't know how accurate this is, but there's a sort of summary in a news article. And with all due respect to everyone who has just spoken, there are differences. The whole reason why we would be changing this, as we saw with the Venn diagram, any Venn diagram, there's overlap, but there's some parts on either side that aren't an overlap. And in all of our experience in town meeting, when the rubber hits the road, as one example was given about a past zoning issue a few years ago, that's when we actually are interested in what the procedure is for reconsideration. That's when we're interested in what the procedure is for ending debate. And respecting everyone who's involved, even though there's a number of sources that all of us may or may not have looked at, having actually in the motion papers precisely what the differences are, I think would make all of the town meeting more confident in what their decisions are. So by putting this off until spring, it also allows for the motion papers themselves to say where the differences are. So for example, there are differences between town meeting time and Robert's Rules of Order on ending debate. There are differences on reconsideration of motions. There are differences on voting methods. Those are just a few things. And granted, they don't come up that often. But when they do, we're all really interested in them. So since it's not going to make that much difference, we've used Robert's Rules for a long time. It just seems like if we pass this motion and also respectfully have the motion papers give a little more clarity. And I'm not for or against this change. I'm just saying town meeting members, I think, would feel more confident about making this change if they sort of understood the differences. And we could actually potentially customize town meeting time for Winchester. As Mr. Frateroli gave the examples that were already customized in Winchester on a number of topics, we could potentially do that, because there may be some things in Robert's rules that we actually like when the issue comes up on reconsideration. We may prefer the Robert's rules. So again, in some ways, you sort of think, why is all this time being spent on this? It's such a, the situations where these things come up where they're different are fortunately far and few between, but when they do happen, they're a really big deal for town meeting. So I'm in favor of the amendments, the motion, I guess it is. Sorry for taking the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Michael Crean, Precinct 8. For me, it's very simple. I think that I have great respect for this body, and my goal is to fully understand in one spot all of the nuance, the move to town meeting time, and any associated possible changes. I think that a number of people have spoken to them. I think even those folks who are in support of going to town meeting time tonight have indicated that there is need for consideration, as noted by Peter Haley. So for me, it's about each of you and me being given one final package in a good final consideration form on which we can make a deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would just ask town meeting members to try not to reiterate the points that have been made by previous speakers. It just makes for more efficiency. Please.
Hi, my name is Meredith Crowley, and I am the Precinct 1 representative to the Committee on Government Regulations. And I just wanted, and I'm usually the first person that votes on the committee. That evening that we voted on this, we were presented with the memo prepared by the current moderator, who paralleled and went through all of the different recommendations for the bylaws that were mentioned in the committee's report, and he described whether or not he was in favor of changing them now or putting them off to a point at some point in the future. Our town clerk, who also sponsored this this article, was there, and she also encouraged us to vote either favorable or unfavorable action on the content of the motion, not necessarily the form of whether the bylaw was written correctly to what we would expect. And therefore, we debated a bit about this. And we struggled. Do we vote on the content or do we vote on the form? And I believed we were voting on the form, and I mean on the content. And that's because I read the report put out by the committee and I saw what the recommendation was, is to address the bylaws before enacting town meeting time. I just spent a year with our committee going through all the bylaws, and we've done some very long hours of looking at them, going into the charter, consulting with different lawyers. I can't imagine leaving these bylaws to be done by someone at some point in the future, because that's what the recommendation sounded like. So I am in favor of this motion, and I hope we do wait, take a look at all the bylaws that were recommended, and then adopt town meeting time.
Thank you. Further?
Megan Blackwell, Precinct 7. First of all, thank you to the study committee who worked on this over the summer. I know it was a lot of work, and it's helped clarify a lot of issues. And I definitely think that we're farther along now than we were in the spring when this first came before us. It seems like it's not a question of whether town meeting time will be adopted, but when. So that's progress. I've been on two committees, or same committee, two instances where things have been referred back to us. And who knows if this new committee will have all the work done by the spring. It wasn't enough time from spring to fall, so who knows if this new committee will get the work done in spring like we're all hoping. Also, bylaws are living documents. They're not perfect. There are little tweaks that have to be made. That doesn't mean that they're not worthwhile. You know, we've gone this far with our bylaws, and they've done a pretty good job. Our committee spent time cleaning them up, and just this meeting, the planning board cleaned up a zoning bylaw. You know, it wasn't perfect, but it was good enough to be passed. So I have two questions, Mr. Moderator. The first, it seems that the unfinished business, air quotes, has to do with this Appendix A of the study committee's report. And I took my own look at it, and some of them are, the action is continuing education, which doesn't really seem like it's unfinished, or it says this is unclear in both Robert's rules and town meeting time. So through you, Mr. Moderator, through town council, could you please comment on the items in Appendix A and let us know, are these issues that we should be concerned with, or are they issues that in your legal opinion would cause issue?
Town council, please.
Thank you for the question. I've looked at the appendix in both when it was done and offered some comments as we were drafting it, and have reviewed it again. Again, I don't view the appendix as things that are necessary right now or that have to be added. I see the appendix where it does recommend consideration of bylaws in the future as a way to be more additive to what we already do. For example, in the with respect to number 3, consent agenda, we don't have a bylaw currently on that, and most towns don't. Consent agendas have been around for a long time in various ways before parliamentary bodies. Town meetings didn't really robustly use consent agendas across the Commonwealth until COVID. And at the time of COVID, when we were trying to expedite town meetings so that we wouldn't have people together, it started to be a tool that town meetings used more. So the older version of town meeting time didn't have anything on consent agendas, but when drafting the newest version, which came out in February, a new section was added. So whether or not town meeting time was adopted, that would still be a consideration. We use it now effectively. We have used it effectively. Codifying it could be a good idea. Some towns do, some towns don't. So some of these things are like that particular example where you could add to your tools that you use for town meeting by having even more. But that, again, consistent with my prior comment, doesn't relate to the adopt town meeting time or don't adopt town meeting time. That's about strengthening the town meeting process even further, or considering strengthening it even further. As you said, there's some of these things are not really recommendations for bylaws per se. It's just, hey, look at it, further review warranted, clarify or codify current practice with respect to something like where the moderator is absent. The state law already covers that, so we can operate under state law, or we can add provisions to have a deputy moderator in our bylaws. Again, that's something we could do even if we never considered adoption of town meeting time, or if we already had town meeting time. Some of the others, as we go through this, codify current practice, nominations to committees Again, we already can do that now. We already do that now. Could we strengthen that or add more to that? We could. And again, I'm not taking a position one way or the other on whether to do this now, do it in the future, this motion. I'm a moderator, town meeting moderator myself, and I was active in the drafting of town meeting time. I've no stake as to whether or not this body chooses to do it. It's your choice on what to do. But in terms of these particular questions, there are really very few, if you go through the chart, that say we need a bylaw. In fact, I'm not sure any of them in the appendix say we need a bylaw. So there's no recommendations in here that say we need a bylaw. I think the effort by the committee, as well as the, some of the other committees, is it's always good to study these things. And in the process of studying it, there is an opportunity to perhaps even enhance the town meeting process. But there's nothing here in this appendix that says that without a codification, we won't be able to enjoy the benefits, my own personal opinion, of having town meeting time govern the Winchester town meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you had another question, yes?
Yes, thank you. Second and last question. So one member of the original study committee who is not listed in this new proposed committee is the town clerk. Through you, Mr. Moderator, through the clerk, would you please give us your opinion of whether or not more study is warranted at this point in time?
Sure.
As I think you all possibly have read the email I sent out today, I do have 34 years of experience, and having been a moderator in 2 towns in Connecticut myself, before coming to be your town clerk, I do not see that there's any bylaw that would absolutely need to be passed prior to the acceptance of town meeting in order to function in our current town meeting practice. As my email outlined, our bylaw is quite robust. Chapter 2, Section 2.1 through 2.6. And if you read that, it really covers, quite frankly, everything that we do, with perhaps even the mention of the reconsideration that Jackie Welch mentioned. That's actually codified in the bylaw. So if you had a concern about that, it wouldn't be confusing between town meeting time or Robert's rules, because it is in the bylaw. So I support the change, and from a clerical perspective, I also think it's helpful for me to codify it before the spring, because at this same time we're doing the decennial review. It's quite unusual that a town would be doing such a comprehensive review at the same time we're also dealing with some of these other issues of study committee. As I mentioned, 17 years ago was the last time we did the review. So I think in some ways those dualities are getting a little overwhelming. And in my opinion as your clerk, I don't see the reason to hold it up. Thank you for asking the question.
Okay. Okay. Someone moved the vote, and that requires. Is there a second? Yes, I heard a second. Is that 2/3?
Yes.
So 2/3 required to move the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. Can I press the clicker vote? Yep, you can press the clicker vote. Clicker vote for what? The question is whether we move the vote to end debate and have a vote on the motion at hand, which is Karen's Connolly, the motion to refer to committee that we've been discussing.
The vote is on to move to question.
We're voting to end debate now, and then once debate is ended, we'll have a vote on the amendment to the underlying motion, which is the warrant question on Article 15. Correct. And
106 in favor, 33 opposed to moving the question. Motion passes, and the question is being moved. So now we are going to vote. Debate has ended on the motion. Mrs. Connolly? Clear on the motion that we're voting on. Is it need to read again? It was a lengthy motion, but we have it for the record here, but if it might be appropriate to read it again, just to be sure that everybody is clear on the motion that we're voting.
Would you like me to read
Sure.
it? Okay, the question is to adopt town meeting time as Winchester's town meeting guide to parliamentary procedure be referred to a special town meeting committee. That committee being comprised of our current and one former town meeting moderators, a representative from the previous study committee appointed by that committee, a representative of the Committee on Government Regulations appointed by said committee, and one from the Rules Committee appointed by said Rules Committee for a total of 5 members. That the committee address the unresolved procedures listed in impact and actions and notes table in the appendix of Robert's Rules Committee report to the 2025 Fall Town Meeting, that the committee recommend changes to our existing bylaw and adoption of new bylaws as appropriate to reconcile the procedures recommended in the town meeting time with established Winchester town meeting procedures and current best practice procedures, that the committee report their findings and recommendations to the 2026 Springtown meeting, and that the committee submit articles and motions as appropriate for adoption of town meeting time along with the proposed bylaw changes for town meeting's consideration at the 2026 Springtown meeting.
Point of order.
The current moderator, one former moderator, study Committee on Government Regs. Oh, I'm sorry. From previous study committee is the 5th. Yes, so it's the moderator, the former moderator, the study committee, the rep of government regs, and a rep of rules committee. I'm sorry, I did skip that. A representative appointed by that committee.
Okay, the question having been moved, it's time to vote on the motion. And yeah, I think we should do a clicker count on the motion, please. Yes, those in favor of the motion would be voting yes, for sure. Those in favor of the motion are 79. Those against are 68. The motion passes. Article 15 is referred to committee. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break and for the Girl Scouts. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to WinCam's coverage of the second meeting of the Winchester's Fall Town Meeting here at Winchester High School on Thursday, November 6th. My name is Alan Iden. Let's recap what we've had so far. Not much movement to clean up the articles, but Article 26 was the first item of business tonight, and that was a proposal to increase the cost of living base from $14,000 to $16,000 for the town's retirees. We heard from the proponents that this would mean an increase of about $480 a year, approximately $5 a month. Would cost the town $15,000 a year. The town's pension liability was anticipated to be fully funded. It was required to be fully funded by 2030. It's anticipated to be fully funded by 2027. The Select Board and the Finance Committee recommended unfavorable action. They think it should be deferred to the spring. This decision should be deferred to the spring for the full financial picture for the next fiscal year. Stacy Ward, sort my notes out here, Stacy Ward said the cost to the town would be approximately $2 million over the life of these retirees using actuarial tables. So to fully fund it and fund it into the future needs for these retirees would cost the town about $2 million. A town meeting member said that we have one of the best retiree health benefits and would push, but this would also push the fully funded town retiree account to 2028. However, on a vote of 102 to 45, this motion, the Article 26, was passed. All right. So, whoops. We moved back to Article 9 after that, which was $1.237 million for the east side of town sewer reconstruction. What is happening there is some of the sewer system is old. There are inflow, what they call inflow, which is basically when storm drain runoff and other things mix in with the sewer, the septic sewerage. And we heard that this reconstruction would reduce the amount of actual sewage that is going to the sewage plant, and saving the town costs on that because they pay for that amount of sewage. It said there's a possibility of getting a grant from the Mass Water Resources Authority, and if that is received, it would reduce this cost. That was Article 9, and that was passed to appropriate that a little over $1.2 million. Article 10 was for water system improvements, specifically a new valve in the Wildwood Street area for about $600,000. The valve that's there has been in place since 1963. We heard a little history lesson on what was in effect in 1963. This valve is apparently needed to reduce the water pressure because it's too high in that area to go into homes. So, but this valve has been there since 1963. Time to replace it. The town is actually only borrowing $167,000 of that. The rest came from unexpended funds from other water and sewer projects. And that was passed. So if you've been watching the discussion now, it's been for Article 15, which is a proposal to change the way town meeting is run, the rules under which town meeting is run, from Robert's Rules, which is always, Winchester has always used, to a new set of rules called Town Meeting Time that were written specifically for New England town meetings. Because our town moderator, Philip Frateroli, was presenting it, he recused himself. Pat Hall came in as the temporary moderator. Mr. Frateroli says the town meeting time adopts Robert's rules adapts Robert's rules to Massachusetts town meetings. He said it's also more readable. He said only 30 towns in the state are representative town meetings, like Winchester. The rest are open town meetings where any voter can come in. He said there were some other rules unique to the town and the way we conduct our town meeting business. These rules, the changing to the rules must be approved by the Attorney General, but he said we're mostly following town meeting time rules at this time. The changes would be brought to spring town meeting. However, town meeting member Karen Conley proposed a study committee to further study this. She listed the members of the committee, which would include the current and one past town moderator. Bill McGonigal from the Select Board said he recommends this, and he said that Peter Haley from the Government Regulations Committee also recommended this. So that was a motion to postpone any adoption of this Article 15 pending a study committee. Then, just to make things a little more complicated, there was a motion to amend the motion to amend, which was to exclude the past moderators. There was some discussion on that, and that failed. Proponent Conley said that she appreciated the expertise that the town moderators would bring to this committee, having worked under these rules. Then discussion went back. The question was moved when the motion to amend. By the way, the motion to amend failed by 79 to 68. Let me see if I got my notes right here. Yes, the motion to amend passed by 79 to 68. That's town meeting member Conley's motion. So basically, Article 15 was not adopted and has now been referred back to a committee that would come back and report to a spring town meeting. There was concern that there's some bylaw changes would need to be made to adopt town meeting time. So this committee would report back to spring town meeting. If it is adopted, if the bylaw changes and everything are adopted at spring town meeting time would go into effect with the fall 2026 town meetings. I think I sorted that out all right, I hope. Anyway, so we finished up at Article 15. Town meeting is in recess right now, and we'll resume in a few minutes, and I will be back with a recap of the night's meeting at the conclusion.
Members will take their seats, please.
Oh, the video went out on him. Yeah, for poor Mike, the guy that was here for the night while I wasn't. So all you're gonna have to do is that'll go forward, and that will go back.
We are on to Article 16.
Yeah, well, you can just point your. It's up at the moment because it's still live. So watch. I don't know if this will fall down. I don't go too far.
Okay, thanks.
Matt, that's not showing up. It's not showing up.
Does yours go back up?
Here's mine, but then when I switch it,
Oh, for God's sakes.
we are on to Article 16. See, here's mine. 16. Do you need the slides? That doesn't look like. Is there something going on with the computer? Because that doesn't look like it's like.
Mr. Moderator, are we beginning with 16?
Yes.
All of a sudden, it doesn't see my side again. Reseated him again.
Do you want to tell them again?
So we're just trying to get the projector screen to start working again. But that doesn't look like it's on the PowerPoint. It's like the stuff on the top. Maybe it's not.
Oh, it's on
mine's
full screen.
okay.
There you go.
No, that's yours.
That's yours. Hold on a second. We have to restart. We gotta restart the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Let's restart the PowerPoint and see if it would help.
It's cable.
I did
This one.
Still not getting out there. Let's try this. Come on. I don't know what it's doing. Yeah, I did. I actually just flipped it to the second USB-C port.
and I am going to speak about Chapter 1. In your motion books, look for page 21. There's actually 2 copies of Chapter 1 printed. We're going to go to the one on page 21. So, Chapter 1 is on general provisions. It's an introduction to the bylaws, primarily identifying and defining common terms and other policies implemented across the bylaws. The chapter has been expanded from 4 to 7 sections. The original sections are short title, amendments, definition of terms, and the town seal. Edits have primarily been made to definitions, and 3 new sections have been added. In definition section 3, the introductory paragraph of definitions includes references to sections of Charter Article 7, general provisions. These charter sections have been incorporated into our bylaws, and they're reachable via hyperlinks. However, one statement was added clarifying that if the charter provides or suggests a different meaning, the charter shall supersede and control. We actually have charter terms in the bylaws, and those charter terms were deleted, and one was an outdated definition. Those terms were charter, majority vote, town agency, town bulletin board, and town officer. New definitions were added, and that was business day, MGL, and, business day is the definition that stipulates that Saturday, Sunday, and legal holidays are not days to be used to conduct town business. MGL, Mass General Law, is the standard and the universally understood legal citation for the state statutes and will now replace the words general laws throughout the bylaws. Sidewalk, this term is used frequently across the bylaws. It is the legally defined term to refer to that portion of the street set aside for pedestrian travel and any other travel deemed appropriate on, such as bicycles in Winchester. And the last, town website, replaces town bulletin board as the place to post official notices and for the public to access, conduct online town-related business. 2 definitions were updated. These are carriage, which was the citation for Mass General Law, MGL, was added, and the words general laws were removed. In refuge, the phrase when referring to waste product was added to clarify the pronunciation and definition of use as written in the bylaw chapter 11, litter. A format change occurred, and that was to place the words 2/3 vote in alphabetical order. Of the 3 new sections that were added, the first is the computation of time. This language is a standard for how time frames are established to complete town business. The language was edited to be compatible with the definition of business day. So that reads, in computing time under the bylaws, if 7 days or less, only business days shall be counted. If more than 7 days, every day shall be counted. The next is number and gender. This addresses the change to a gender-neutral text comprised of nouns based on office title or role. The words importing, the singular number, and may extend and be applied to several persons or things, and words importing the plural may include the singular. Words importing gender will be replaced by gender-neutral representations of pertinent office, title, or role, such as selectman will be replaced by select board member. And the last is the addition of non-substantive alphanumeric language. This language gives the town clerk, who is in charge of maintaining the bylaws, the authority to make non-substantive changes as needed. These changes include sequential numbering and lettering, correcting grammar, spelling, formatting, updating references such as agencies or name, as well as other minor edits. So with the concurrence of the Committee on Government Regulations, the town clerk shall be authorized to make non-substantive alphanumeric changes to the component provisions of these bylaws, provided, however, that a footnote or other convention shall identify such change. And that's it. Any questions?
You're not taking questions yet.
Oh, okay.
Can we get the recommendation of the select board, please?
Let me step out of the way.
Select Board recommended favorable action, and Mr. Moderator, if it would be helpful, Select Board recommended favorable action on all of the GovRegs bylaw changes, so Articles 16, 17, and 18, if you want to skip us in the future.
I don't. I enjoy your quick humor. I want to make sure you get your steps in today. Any other boards and committees want to be heard on this? Okay, the Rules Committee? On behalf of the Rules Committee, Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Rules Committee also unanimously supports these changes.
Thank you. Now we'll open the floor for any questions from town meeting members. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to amend certain subsections of Chapter 1 of the town's general bylaws as printed in the warrant. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you. Do you want to just try that one more time?
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. All right, so we got to load Meredith up here too?
Yeah, unless they want to try one more time.
Well, I just pushed the button, so that would have switched over if it was working.
I don't know if I'm connected anymore. You're independent of that switch right now.
Okay.
He's getting you directly into the silver line.
Well, whatever you think's going to work.
I think time is of the essence. We should bring Ms. Blackwell up.
Yep.
And let's just get to Article 17 on the memory stick. And it's under 17 and then Blackwell. Looks so different from up here. There you go. Okay. Thank you.
But they can see.
Well, you got to go into...
Good evening, town meeting members. I'm Megan Blackwell, speak to you on Article 17 on behalf of the Committee on Government and Regulations, or COGR. Honestly, seeing the presentations on Monday, I was a little jealous of the minions and the iceberg. So I'm like, well, what can I put on the slide? And because we're COGR, I thought, cogs. We're a cog in the wheel, trying to make town meeting run more smoothly. Okay, so here's just a quick summary, bottom line up front, of what I'll be presenting to you. So there are 5 main changes in Article 17 that we're proposing. The first is a clarification of whom may be recognized to speak before town meeting. The second is addressing warrant article requirements for those articles requesting appropriations. The third involves the timing and distribution of warrant articles and the backgrounds. The fourth provides clarification on the process for appointing our members. And the fifth is the deletion of 2 inactive standing committees. Okay, the first, section 3.3 of chapter 2, strikes the word or minor and adds resident or. So the moderator shall recognize any resident or non-resident, provided that town meeting so authorizes. So think of it as a set. You know, you have residents and non-residents. If you have those 2 categories, it's everyone. You don't need to call out minors. So that's the motivation for the change. The second change in section 3.8 adds these 2 paragraphs. So warrant articles that request appropriation of funds shall include in the background estimates of the cost, duration of anticipated funding, and proposed funding sources. And estimates proposed under the previous section will be shared with the Finance Committee to review and to report to town meeting on the budget and tax impacts, if any. So I'll take these one at a time. The first one deals with appropriations. So in the spring, the language was a little fuzzier, so we made it more concrete. And now any article that's requesting appropriations should include these other items. And the whole rationale here is to increase the clarity and standardize the way information on proposed expenditures is presented to town meeting. Just earlier tonight, there was a question, well, what's the tax impact? You know, in this Chapter 110 money, how does that impact our taxes? And the comptroller answered perfectly, but it's a little confusing. So the hope here is that that will be more clearly spelled out. So this is one analogy that I like to compare it to. So on your credit card statement, if you make the minimum payment only, you'll pay off the balance in 40 years, and you'll pay a lot more. Now, you could do the math. You could calculate this for yourself. And our current warrant articles, they have all the numbers, and the proponents have done a lot of work, you know, calculating exactly how much they need. So you could find this information if you wanted to, but this article will just make things a little easier. Here's an example. This is from last year's Springtown meeting. All these different cost estimates, the duration of funding, the funding source, and the project or the citation, what it was for. And I tried to dig in and provide details, and it was hard for me to go back and find it. So I think it would make things easier for the future if the details on the assumptions behind these estimates were provided in the background motion. The second part of this, the companion change, is providing these estimates to FinCom and having them say, yes, this looks right, we ran it through our model, here's the budget and tax impact. And the rationale here is have them review the estimated cost, use the budget and forecasting tools to standardize what's presented to you in terms of the tax and budget impact. And as a reminder, the motivation for this came out of the Communication Study Committee so long ago in 2022. This was one of their recommended items. And if you read the italicized part, it says, current practice expects sponsors to provide both cost information and budget and tax impact estimates, but sponsors also often use widely differing assumptions about wage rates, benefits, equipment costs, etc., leading to divergent conclusions about budget and tax impacts. So this is trying to standardize and have one common truth. Okay, next section. So this part calls out that a copy of the motion and supporting report will not only be delivered to town meeting members, as it is now, but it will also be sent to the Finance Committee. This used to be the practice. For whatever reason, it stopped. So this just puts it in the bylaws so it will continue in the future. This also says that an electronic version of each main motion and supporting report shall be made available on the town website at least 10 days before the meeting is to convene. The motivation here is just to make these materials available as early as reasonably possible. In the spring, we tried to make this even longer, but the town manager over the summer came and said 10 days would be a better number. Okay, the last change, or the almost last change, is how members to the COGR committee are appointed. Right now, the current practice is during your precinct meeting, each precinct nominates a person to serve on this committee, and then the people are considered for appointment by the moderator. It's not, the precincts themselves don't elect the members, they just nominate them for final decision. And that's what happens now, but the bylaw didn't reflect this. Okay, now this really, the last two changes. So the Human Services Committee, and the Committee for Equal Opportunity are both listed in the bylaws, but they haven't met. And the town clerk says they haven't met for over 20 years, as long as she's been here. So we're just striking them from the bylaws. No disrespect, I'm sure they did things, but they've just been inactive. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Select Board?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Select Board voted favorable action on Chapter 2, certainly several different areas on clarity, on the cost of motions and articles we think will be helpful. The appointment to COGR is certainly in COGR's interest, and retiring dormant committees. I know that's something that COGR started to look at last year, so this cleans that up. So favorable action from Select Board.
Okay. Do you have a question, Mr. Vernellia?
Brian Vernalia, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4. I have a question potentially, I guess, for the Town Comptroller, through you. Section 3.8.2, the 1.1.1, which is warrant articles that request appropriation of funds, shall include in the background estimates of cost, duration of anticipated funding, and proposed funding sources. My question through you, isn't that already required to be held in the motion of any motion that's put forward that requests appropriation of funds?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you. In the motion itself, there's an actual cost, but I think what this is requesting is to have more information in the background in a standard format that all financial articles are going to have. I believe that's the intent.
So just as a follow-up, it just says any warrant articles that request appropriation of funds. So I'm just confused because it feels like if you're requesting appropriation of funds, you have to have in the motion language how much you're requesting and where it's coming from. So it just feels duplicative. But if I'm confused, if it's not requesting appropriation of funds and it's something more nebulous, like we're going to have to put stop signs around town, but we're not saying how much it costs, that's not requesting an appropriation of funds. So it wouldn't be required, this, I think.
It's asking for the background of where the amount came from and any future impacts and a little bit more financial data associated with the amount that's just in the motion. So it's more than just the number. They want to know more.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marmon?
Yeah, a question on the appointment to the Committee on Government Regs. I thought that the precinct had the authority to make that appointment by itself, the same on the Rules Committee. Have I been misreading this all along?
The town clerk?
It is that the committee precinct meetings will appoint that person, but when it comes to the finality of it, the moderator has that approval. So I type up that list, give it to him or her, and they bless it, basically.
Is that also true for the Rules Committee?
It is not.
And this has been in the bylaws for the Committee on Government Regulations?
Oh, yeah. Yes, since 1975.
Okay.
Further on the question, Mr. Nixon?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I'm struggling under 1.1.1. Warrant articles that request appropriation of funds shall include in the background estimates of the cost. The cost of an article is the funding that the motion language seeks. Is this about, are we really talking about estimates of cost? I hope we're not talking about a cost estimate. So for major capital projects, we usually get anywhere from a 20, 30, 40-page detailed construction cost estimate for every trade in construction imaginable. I actually went back, I'm looking at the slides on the high school proposal that Ms. Blackwell just discussed, and I'm looking at the very slides that were presented last year. And in the background and in the presentation, we actually said construction cost, $2.06 million, that's the estimate. And then we walked town meeting through how we got to a project cost of $2.43 million, including escalation to spring of '24. So can I get just some clarity on what kind of detail we're looking for here? Estimates of the cost. That could simply be a number. Is that just a number that the proponent would need to show to say, well, I got an estimate and therefore this is what I'm asking for in the motion language? I need a little help just to understand what this means and how burdensome that language might be. Because clearly any proponent who's coming for money has some basis for doing so, and they'd be prepared to speak to it in the presentation, if not include it in the background.
Mrs. Blackwell?
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. Good question. So cost is intentionally not vague, but we're not looking for down to the penny estimates, like hundreds of line items. It's just summarizing the work that you've done to put together that estimate. But for example, the numbers you read for the high school gym, you had it in your slide, but that level of detail was not in the background. Because I know this, I went back and looked. So personnel, materials. So I'm not going to dictate what has to be in that cost because that's given to the finance committee. And so they will maybe provide a template or take what you give them and say, yeah, okay, that looks reasonable. So it's providing more information, and as the comptroller said, in a standardized form that will be in the motion and backgrounds.
Thank you. Any questions? Oh, sorry, Mrs. Van Aken.
Candace Van Aken, Precinct 4. A question about one of the committees that was being eliminated, the Committee for Equal Opportunity. At the beginning of the meeting, there was the talk about the Human Rights Commission. Is it the intent that the Human Rights Commission would offer the protections and oversight that was intended in the Committee for Equal Opportunity?
Mrs. Brady from the Select Board, who gave that presentation.
The intent of the Human Rights Committee, as currently thought through, is that it would probably be expansive to what was in the Equal Opportunity Commission, which is 40 years old. So just to be able to expand upon what was in that and broaden it. So it would not be sort of minor revisions to that, but a somewhat different, somewhat different outcome with possibly a similar alignment. I don't know if that clarified, because
I guess the intent of the Committee for Equal Opportunity was intended to offer oversight and fairness. And I guess my question was, is the intent that the Human Rights Commission would play that role?
So that the piece of the Committee of Equal Opportunity could be something done by the Human Rights Commission, but this was something that was put together, I don't know when it was added to the bylaws, but designed in a way that it expired in 1985 to update some specific pieces around equal opportunity at the time. I can't speak to that because I was that yay high in how it worked, but the Human Rights Commission would idea is to start fresh and not to necessarily build on what was in this language.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, please state your name and precinct.
Catherine Curtis, Precinct 2. I have a question on 3.8.2, number 2, where it says the town manager will send the main motion and supporting motions to town meeting members and finance committee 7 days before, but then also electronically that has to be provided 10 days before. Are we saying that 10 days before it goes up electronically and then it has to be mailed to everyone? And why the discrepancy between 10 days and 7 days?
I think it's a procedural question. I think I can handle that and save Ms. Blackwell a trip. Once it's done, it gets sent to the printer. So once it's done, it could be emailed, but the paper copy and mailing it will take another 3 days to be received.
So it's just the question of it will be emailed within 3 days after it goes up on the website?
It will be on the website. Yeah, it takes the extra time to mail it.
Thank you.
It will be emailed when it's on the website.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'd like to make the motion and take this all as one. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to amend certain subsections of Chapter 2 of the town's general bylaws as printed in the warrant. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. The motion carries. So it is almost 10 o'clock. I think we can get a couple more articles done so that we'll be in position to finish on Monday. That brings us to Article 18, which is the final article brought by the Decennial Review Committee and relates to changes to Chapter 11, Winchester's Code of Bylaws. On behalf of the committee, Karen Conley.
Thank you. Thank you, and I promise to make this quick. This really should not be very complicated. Oh, I love arrows. So Article 18 is talking about striking the entirety of Chapter 11 and replacing it with proposed new language. The background of this is we sent the revision last year to town meeting, and some folks found it confusing. So our hope was, in doing it this way, it would be a little clearer. I'd first want to remind everybody that this was done in conjunction with the Board of Health, to which I have endless gratitude because they worked a long time on this, to Jen Murphy, and also Select Board member Bill McGonigal. The Board of Health is co-sponsoring this article. No substantive changes are being proposed. The chapter was rewritten completely to simply avoid the numerous strikeouts, which we think made it confusing and hard to understand in the past. We have updated some definitions, and we've made it more user-friendly. The essence of this bylaw, however, remains littering. Don't do it. What your parents said, put it in the trash. And that truly is what the whole bylaw comes down to. But here are some things that we did change that I thought were worth highlighting. So in Chapter 11, Section 1, in definitions, we updated the definition of aircraft to include language that would cover manned or unmanned aircraft, such as a drone. We rewrote the definition of litter to include garbage, refuse, and rubbish, defining each term. We updated the definition of park by removing the word park from definition. Where it says part, that is a typo. We rewrote the definition of public place to clearly identify that it means property owned or operated by the town. And we added a new definition of receptacles, which includes definitions for private and public receptacles. Chapter 2, section in litter in public places. We added the word prohibited to the title, and you see we did that in several other instances, again, to simply underscore the fact we are prohibiting littering. Chapter 11, we added to section 4 the words blow as with a leaf blower. So it doesn't change anything about sweeping litter into the gutter being illegal. It simply says you can't do it with a leaf blower or broom. In Chapter 11, Section 7, we struck the words truckloads and replaced it with vehicles so that there wasn't any question that anything carrying litter, in fact, should not be spewing it across the road. We added the word prohibited, and we added or otherwise covered to provide flexibility in the ways that we see litter would be blown off of a vehicle. In Chapter 11, we added a phrase at the request of the Board of Health, the designated agent, to allow the Board of Health flexibility in disposing of litter deemed dangerous to public health. And that's all we did. Fortunately, tonight with me, I know we have Jen Murphy. If you have any questions, I'm happy, Mr. Moderator, if you have any questions for me or anything else with this.
Okay. The Select Board's recommendation. Mrs. Pryor? It's not a long walk. I mean,
This just feels like a battle right now. So I'll just say Select Board was favorable action on this article, and I'm just going to lament my jealousy that Don't Mess with Texas actually started as an anti-litter campaign. Sadly, we don't have anything that rhymes well with Winchester and goes with litter. So, but favorable action on this article.
thank you. As you mentioned, the Board of Health is co-sponsoring. Anybody want to speak on that? No? Okay. Are any town meeting members wanting to be heard on this question? So I'll read the motion. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to amend Chapter 11 of the town's general bylaws as set forth in the warrant. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. That completes the work of the Decennial Review Committee. Please join me in a round of applause for their yeoman's work. It has been said that in the course of human history, no statue has ever been erected to a committee. I'm afraid that streak will continue, but we do appreciate all your hard work. The last article tonight will be Article 19. On behalf of the Conservation Committee, Tracy Olson.
I'm Tracy Olson. I'm chair of the Conservation Commission. As most of you probably know, the Conservation Commission has responsibility for the promotion and preservation of the natural resources of Winchester. To accomplish this, the Commission oversees the implementation of the Conservation Commission Act, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Winchester Wetlands Bylaw, Chapter 13. The Conservation Commission is proposing changes to the Wetlands Bylaw to improve processes and to provide additional protections due to the impacts of climate change. There are 3 categories of changes proposed to the bylaw. The first category are changes that were previously recommended at Springtown meeting by the Committee on Government Regulations that were not considered for lack of time. These are correcting typos and including electronic communication in the Commission's processes. The second category is removal of the fee table from the bylaw and designating it as a regulation. By state law, permit fees collected under the Winchester Wetland bylaw must be deposited into the town's general fund and are not designated for any conservation-related activity. Removing these fees from the bylaw and handling them as a regulation to the bylaw will give the town more flexibility to adjust the fees as circumstances and economics dictate. The third category is the addition of climate resilience as a function of wetlands that should be protected. Wetlands and their adjoining areas play a key role in protecting Winchester from extremes of weather. Projects proposed in such areas, like this wetland shown here, are under the jurisdiction of the Commission. Our wetland resources are critical to build resistance and adaptation to the impacts of climate change due to their ability to provide for flood control, storm damage prevention, localized cooling, and other functions that benefit both residents and the environment. The Conservation Commission proposes language in the bylaw to allow the review of projects for their impact on the ability of wetlands to mitigate or provide resilience to the impacts of climate change. The Conservation Commission can then work with the applicants to preserve this critical wetland benefit. The current bylaw provides some climate adaptation and resilience benefits to humans and nature, such as control of flooding and erosion. However, there are specific wetlands functions important to mitigating the impacts from or adaptation to climate change that are not explicitly covered, including providing carbon sequestration, localized cooling, and protection of biodiversity. Adding these considerations to CONCOM's review of applications will help Winchester preserve our wetlands and their benefits for residents in the face of the changing climate. So how will this work? If adopted, climate change impacts will be one of the 11 criteria reviewed under the bylaw for projects proposed in or near wetlands resources. There are currently 10 criteria. We don't anticipate that complying with this additional criterion will contribute significantly to project costs, but can produce significant benefits for residents and the environment. We are not alone in this. Changes to local wetlands bylaws to protect from the impacts of climate change are recommended by the Massachusetts Association of Conservation Commissions, the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, and are consistent with new regulations being developed by the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. In addition, these changes are consistent with the work of other committees in Winchester. For example, the very first sentence in Winchester's heat response strategy, adopted in March of 2022, says, quote, "Heat is a growing problem in Winchester." Planting trees to help mitigate the urban heat island effect is a goal of Winchester's Master Plan 2030. And the Permanent Street Tree Committee's recent canopy assessment shows that we are losing canopy broadly across the town in the last 10 years. The Conservation Commission would like to contribute to the climate resilience effort in town with this bylaw change. Winchester is proud to be a climate leader community, and we feel that this is part of what climate leadership looks like. So I ask you to support the proposed changes to the wetlands bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. Got the recommendation from the Select Board.
So Select Board, Ms. Olson was gracious enough to meet with us on Monday. Select Board did not recommend any position on this particular bylaw. We felt that we lacked some information. While Ms. Olson has said she does not expect it to have significant cost impacts on projects, we felt like perhaps if this was delayed and there was a chance to actually quantify how many applications would this apply to, what was the incremental cost for mitigating climate change, that we would feel that we would have more information to make a recommendation. But in short of that, we did not take a position.
Thank you. Does the Committee of Government Regulations want to be heard on this?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Committee on Government Regulations voted 2 favorable, 5 unfavorable, and 1 abstention on this. Again, a favorable report indicates that we believe the article is properly drafted and presented in a manner consistent and appropriate for inclusion in the bylaws. That's where the breakdown was. There was just a little bit of confusion over some of the language. I will say Ms. Olson did provide a lot of additional information after we had voted, so we could surmise that vote could have been different, but the vote is what the vote is, and that was 2 favorable, 5 unfavorable, and 1 abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. For her maiden speech, Amy Bevelou.
Hi everyone, Amy Beliveau, Precinct 7. I just want to start by saying that I'm hugely supportive of our efforts to address climate change as a community, and I'm incredibly happy that our town is a climate leader now. But I would note that when pieces of the effort were debated in the past, including the Specialization Energy Code or the municipal decarbonization plans, these were done very carefully with well-vetted documentation where we had the benefit of real expertise. By contrast, when I read this article, specifically section 1G, the language is vague as to what exactly is covered and the content of CONCOM's authority. I'm hoping you can shed some light on what the background research was done to come to this conclusion. Specifically, I understand that fewer than 10 other cities and communities have done this. Some of them are large cities such as Boston. What has been their experience? Not just from a CONCOM perspective, but from the resident experience and economic development standpoint. Have any of these documentations been validated? Is that if the research was done, I hope it can be presented to us at town meeting. I worry that without clear and specific answers to these questions, the article is missing important information that town meeting members need to make a well-informed decision. As a result, I do not believe this article is ready for the fall and would recommend we push to spring. And we can ask CONCOM to do the type of deep analysis this body expects around climate initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that are you making a motion to do that?
Yes. Yes. Yes, I am.
A motion to indefinitely postpone?
To the spring.
To the spring? Is there a second? All right, let's debate that motion. Anybody want to be heard on that? Yes? Well, we don't have the authority to add anything to the warrant for the spring. So we can indefinitely postpone it and the petitioner can bring it back, or anybody can bring it back in the spring. Does that answer your question? Does anybody want to be heard on this question? Mr. Simpson?
Recognizing that the Colin Simpson, Precinct 5, recognizing that this would be potentially controversial, I had hoped that, and the paragraph G being the controversial one, I'd hoped that the moderator would divide the question.
Well, we have a motion right now.
I understand.
Thank you. Mr. Jurius?
Dave Jurius, Precinct 8. I am concerned that delaying this, we know that climate change is happening. It's increasing in its velocity in terms of changes. I don't know that the addition of this additional information will actually change how town meeting would view this proposal. I'm concerned that if we put this off, we will lose the opportunity to enhance our protection of wetlands. So I would recommend against indefinite postponement and let us vote on the main motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, please state your name and precinct.
Lauren Herman, Precinct 3. My concern is we need to further define this because when we're looking at recreational areas, we can easily provide too much power to prevent a balance between conservation and recreation use. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mr. Wilson.
I favor postponement. This is definitely going to add costs, and it's amorphous as to what standard is going to be used. And climate change is just something it's motherhood and apple pie. But at the end, the Conservation Commission is going to be saying, we want a tree here, we want a tree there, whatever. and we need to study this in more depth and not tonight.
Thank you. The last person on this this motion, Mrs. Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I was one of the 5 who voted against this for Committee on Government Regulations because of item 1G. I just felt to mitigate the effects of climate change or to provide resilience to the impacts of climate change were too vague as written. When Ms. Olson attended our meeting, she offered that regulations would be drafted to specify what to mitigate means and what to provide resilience means at a later time. So while this bylaw may not be perfect now, it sounded as though the regulations could provide more clarity. So I'm in favor not to indefinitely postpone, but to vote on it now.
Okay. Well, the motion on the table is to indefinitely postpone. So a yes vote would be to indefinitely postpone. This is not a zoning article. This could come back without having to wait 2 years. And a motion no on the indefinite postponement would be to continue debate. Do you think we should do it by clicker or by voice? Clicker? Okay, we'll hold it open for 30 seconds. Yes, this is the motion to indefinitely postpone. A yes vote is to indefinitely postpone, a no vote is not to and to continue debate. So the motion to indefinitely postpone carries. And I know I promised that would be the last one tonight, but I got a request from Chair Pryor, because she's not going to be here on Monday, to do one more article tonight. So I'm asking the consent of the body to do one more article. Is that okay? All right, thank you. That brings us to Article 19. I'm sorry, Article 20. If you gave me technology that worked, you wouldn't have to walk this far.
Yeah, we'll step aside. Okay. Number 20. Is it showing? No. Oh my God. Okay, good evening, everybody. Article 20 is to transfer from free cash or other available funds to supplement the current FY26 budget for DPW personal services and expense. In talking to the DPW director, they are requesting additional resources to allow for consistent, dedicating cleaning staff assigned to focus on high-use areas of the new Lynch Elementary School, such as stairwells and bathrooms, and the middle school auditorium, lower-level locker rooms, and stairwells. The McCall Middle School was expanded in 2019 with an extension of additional locker rooms. The new Lynch School went from a one-floor building, as you saw in the background, to a three-floor building with multiple stairwells and lots of use. So we are currently outsourcing some cleaning, and the DPW director asked for Select Board to sponsor this to actually supplement that budget for both contracted resources and a part-time employee. So The details: Lynch is 20,000 square feet larger than the building it replaced. The McCall School has some additional classroom wings, and that there's also after-hours cleaning, because there are after-hours programs that are happening at both the middle school and the new Lynch Elementary School. So where DPW's identified that need, we're asking town meeting to supplement the current year budget to support that additional contracted resource and employee resource. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get the recommendation from the Finance Committee?
We voted favorable action, although we're not a great fan of using free cash for this, but a promise to make sure that this is in the budget in the spring.
Are there any town meeting members that would like to be heard on this? Please state your name and precinct.
Mark Grisbeck, Precinct 2. I have a quick question. How many custodians do we have currently in Lynch and McCall? To put into perspective, like how much we're expending.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Sorry, I was asking how many custodians do we currently have in Lynch and McCall? To put into perspective how much of expansion it is.
Okay. Is it, Ms. Pryor, can you handle that one?
I can give you a range. There's 29 custodians across all of the school systems. I believe there's 4 currently at Lynch, and this resource will be split between the 2 buildings. There it is. You're going to make me count on our chart, Stacy. You're kidding. If you let me go count, I'll come back to you. It's 4 currently at Lynch, and this request was to split their time between Lynch and McCall, half their hours, 20 hours in each location. So that would be 4.5 to Lynch and an extra half an FTE at McCall.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm getting the sense that town meeting is ready for the question. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to transfer $51,000 from free cash to supplement the FY26 DPW budget, Department 4100, of which $34,000 is for personal services and $17,000 is for expenses. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Good luck to the Winchester football team tonight. Does somebody want to give me a motion to adjourn? Second. See you on Monday. Thank you.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alan Iden. We have just wrapped up the second session of Winchester's Fall 2025 Town Meeting tonight on November 6th. So let's recap what we accomplished this evening, what Town Meeting accomplished this evening. Started off with Article 26, which was an article to increase the cost of living base for retirees, town employee retirees, from $14,000 to $16,000. We heard that would cost approximately $480 a year on average for the retirees, about $5 a month, cost to the town of $15,000 a year. However, we heard from the town comptroller that the town had anticipated covering all its pension liabilities ahead of the 2030 deadline by 2027. But this change would push that out to 2028 because she said it would cost about $2 million to fully fund this for the life of the retirees. Both the Select Board and the Finance Committee voted unfavorable action. A town meeting member said that the town has one of the best retiree health benefits, but this would push fully funding it to 2028. However, 102 to 45, it was passed. That's Article 26. We move back to Article 9, which was a request for $1.237 million for the repairs to the east side sewer system to mitigate inflow, which is basically stormwater runoff getting into the sewer system, and which increases the sewage costs that the town has to pay to MWRA. So doing these repairs would reduce the amount of sewage that is being sent out to Deer Island. We heard that a grant from the MWRA may be received, and if so, that will reduce the cost. The $1.237 million was passed. Moved on to Article 10. These are water system improvements, specifically a new pressure-reducing valve in the area of Wildwood Street for $600,000. The valve, we heard the valve currently used there has been there since 1963, and this valve is needed to reduce the water pressure to the homes in that area. However, the town is only borrowing $167,000. The rest of the funds come from unexpended funds. That passed. Article 15 had the most debate of the night. There's a proposal to change town meeting governance from Robert's Rules to a rule book called Town Meeting Time. Pat Hall took the podium as the temporary moderator because Phil Frateroli, the present moderator, was presenting this. He said town meeting time adapts Robert Rules to Massachusetts town meetings. It's more readable. He said only 30 towns in the Commonwealth have representative town meetings, as we do. He said there are other rules that are unique to the town. Any rule changes like this must be approved by the Attorney General, but he said we're mostly following town meeting time in the procedures now. Changes would be brought to the spring town meeting. However, Karen Conley, town meeting member Karen Conley, proposed a study committee, made a motion to create a study committee to look into this. She had lists of who would be on this committee, including the current and one past moderator. There was a motion to amend the motion to exclude the past moderators. That failed. The motion to amend Article 15 was passed by 79 to 68. So basically, Article 15 was referred back to committee and not passed. Article 16 from the Committee on Government Regulations was just cleaning up some definitions and wording in the bylaws. They said if the rules conflict with the town charter rules presides. That passed. 17 was more revisions to bylaws, specifically who can clarify who can speak at town meeting, the requirements for town meeting articles, especially financial articles, must estimate the costs and provide these estimates to the Finance Committee and the rationale for these estimates to the Finance Committee in advance of town meeting. Also defined the terms of the Office for the Government Regulations Committee. There was also to remove the Human Services Committee because we heard they haven't met in 20 years. The same thing was for the Committee on Equal Opportunity, has not also met in many years. Article 17, all those items were passed. Article 18 was revisions to the town's anti-litter regulations in Chapter 11. That was passed. Article 19 was proposed by the Conservation Committee, which had Wetlands Act revisions to add protection, as they said, to add protection to wetlands due to climate change. The Government Regulations Committee opposed it. There were some concerns on the cost and the clarity of the wording. There was a motion to indefinitely postpone it. That passed. So Article 19 indefinitely postponed. And the final article of the night was a budget article, request from the DPW to transfer $51,000 from the current, from free cash to the current DPW budget for this fiscal year. They said they were needed to meet the cleaning needs at the new, larger Lynch Elementary School and the enlargements to the McCall School. Basically, it was for one custodian to be split 20 hours a week at each of those schools to meet the increased cleaning needs of the schools. That was passed. So, town meeting adjourned for the night. There is anticipation that the fall town meeting will wrap up next Monday on the 10th, the day before Veterans Day. We will be back covering that, and I want to thank you for joining us tonight. Thank the WinCam crew here at the Winchester High School, and we will see you next Monday.